want to do now is have a smoke. What I want to do now is have a smoke. Liberty. Tobacco. No weed. Just tobacco. Go ahead. Maybe. I'm too honest. Crazy, isn't it? You're always like that. Oh, I don't know what to say really. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? 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 I am Superman. No, 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 no. I just want to keep dancing. Yeah. Are you ready? Come on, tell me. Oh my god, really? Oh my god. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Trouble. Yeah. The music. Yeah. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Baby, you're the girl, and I'm the boy. Yeah. Listen to the silent beat. Listen to the trouble beat. Listen to the beat. Listen to the music. Conceited. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Yeah, why don't you feel the joy? Come on, tell me. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Feel the love. Hey, I've got your joy. Yeah, and some batteries. Yeah. Oh yeah. Listen to the silence. Feel it. Listen to the trouble. Feel it. Listen to the music. Just feel it. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Feel the love. Baby, you're the girl, and I'm the boy. Oh yeah, the boy. Oh, you're joy. Oh yeah. You're making me laugh. You're making me laugh. Honestly, I look in your eyes now. I say, look, I think you're in love. You listen to the silence. You feel it. Feel it. Trouble. Feel it. Listen to the music. Just feel it. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? Baby, you're the girl, and I'm the boy. Oh my God, oh yeah! And I've got to tell you a little secret. I'm circumcised. Oh my God, oh yeah, I'm circumcised. Wow! You like it, don't you? Oh my God! I know you like it. Look at you. Oh yeah, I'm circumcised. Oh yeah, move your body, come on. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody, come on. Oh, yeah. How much you better get started into my job? Come on, come on. Oh yeah, oh yeah. How much you better get other side? Other side. Oh yeah,
I thought I just loved the combination of the organs and the guitars. It was really, really immense. I loved it.
That was absolutely glorious. I really enjoyed it. They finally be able to hear the pipe organ.
The people who built it probably would never have expected it to be used in the middle of a metal band, but we heard tonight it worked so well.
And I just hope this is the start of a movement, you know, saving the king of instruments. What a great project.
Oh, this is a really good idea, that. Yeah. This Friday show's got everything. Tom Kerridge, Richard Madeley, and Plague of Angels. Love it. Now, just a very quick reminder, we've been longlisted for the National Television Awards 2024. Thank you. We are in the Factual Entertainment category. Today is your last day to vote.
It is last day. We're also in the TV presenter category with Jermaine. So for more... So for more information on the categories and how to vote for your favourites, do head to our website, bbc.co.uk/The One Show.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of our guests tonight.
JJ and I will be here on Monday with Sue Barker and top US comedian Tina Fey, but now performing her new single, Outside of Love. It's Becky here. Have a great weekend.
I don't really understand it. You don't want to talk about it. So where do we go now? What are we doing? I can't stand the silence so deafening. That look in your eye, it's differently. You've come to the point where you don't love me no more. And I can't give you more, anymore. How do we make it better? Should we admit that I'm not enough? I thought we said forever, it's cold. The outside love, can we reignite the fire? Or should we admit we're giving it up? Right now I don't know what I call. I would rather you were happy. Oh, even without me. How long have I felt this? Never been this. I can't stand the silence so deafening. When I'm with you, I just feel lonely. There's thoughts in your head that you don't tell me no more. And I can't give you more anymore. How do we make it better? Should we admit that I'm not enough? I thought we said forever, it's cold. The outside love, do we reignite the fire? Or should we admit we're giving it all? Right now I don't know why I call. Outside love, on the outside love. Oh, the outside love. I'm so cold. The outside love.
Let's take a look at what's coming up in sport across the BBC this weekend. On Saturday, there's live Super League as Leeds Rhinos take on the Castleford Tigers live on BBC Two. Later that night, listen to the Champions League final on BBC Sounds as Borussia Dortmund face Real Madrid. And on Sunday, live athletics from Stockholm's Diamond League. That's on BBC Two from 5. And don't forget Sports Day at 6:30 and 7:30 tomorrow on BBC News.
Are you scared about splitting any couple up? No.
This test is called Behind Closed Doors.
I think I might have started some drama.
Anything could happen.
The path to love is never straight. I Kissed a Girl. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Find out if Dan Walker got the ump with a bona fide footballing legend. I'm really hoping that one's not true. Would I lie to you here in half an hour? First, we're off to market.
We're a nation of talented makers.
Fantastic, you nailed it. Nice one.
But turning our passions into profit
isn't easy.
I don't know any buyers that would currently pay that.
So I've assembled a team of successful professional craftspeople.
You can't expect people to come and find you.
To help talented amateurs turn their hobbies and skills into full-time jobs.
If you can make it work in 6 colors, it is less time consuming and the price points would reflect that.
With straight talking advice.
I love the idea behind leaving the tool marks in. My fear is that the consumer may not understand it.
And once in a lifetime surprises.
You're joking?
No, I'm serious.
I'm a little bit speechless.
They'll make serious money.
I've made 6,000.
What?
I made £9,000.
Stop it.
And create life-changing businesses.
It's only onwards and upwards from here.
Onwards and upwards.
Today's first aspiring maker is artist Jack from Dorset. A teacher and father of 2, he's hoping we can help him fulfill a lifelong dream of earning a living from his work.
Becoming an artist full-time is a big risk. I have a family to support, I have a mortgage. I think the reason I'm trying to do this now is partly because I feel life running out. I'm in my late 40s now. It feels like it's either now or never.
Jack,
clearly, you're a very talented artist. Honestly, I don't know how you do this. How did you learn to do something like that?
I was trained at college. I went to art college, so I did have a training in art. But in terms of figurative stuff, this sort of realistic stuff, just come about just by practicing.
How are you hoping your mentor can help you?
I hope that my mentor can tell me what it is to be a professional artist, a practicing artist, how to market myself.
Okay, good. Yeah, I guess it's turning these paintings into a viable business, but your mentor will be able to help you.
I hope so.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much indeed.
See you later.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Jack's mentor is professional artist Sharon Walters. Sharon's stunning hand-assembled collages, along with collaborations with the Tate and the National Portrait Gallery, have seen her reputation and art practice soar, and she's keen to help Jack follow in her footsteps.
Jack is really talented. He's very, very humble as well. I think his confidence is holding him back, and that's something we can help with.
To find out how best to help every maker working away across these beautiful grounds make a living from their skills, I'm asking them to make 3 different types of work. The first of which is something that can be made and sold in volume.
A volume piece is something that can be made quickly, sold for an affordable price, and create a regular and reliable income.
They're the backbone of many making businesses, and Jack has decided to paint a 40 by 50 centimetre oil on canvas portrait of Sharon. No pressure there then.
The first thing I've added is a layer of acrylic paint as a wash to get some colour on the canvas, partly to get rid of the white, but also that background colour sometimes shows through the painting over the top, and I quite like some of the colours in the background to glow through. And then I'm going to block in areas of tone in oil paint, so large blocks of colour, large blocks of tone, just so that I have it's like an out of focus photograph, first of all. And then I start to bring it back into focus with smaller and smaller brushes and finer brush strokes. The biggest challenge I face is getting it finished in time. So it's the speed of the process. It's something that I would normally take quite a bit longer doing, something that might go wrong at any point. So it's a brush stroke away from being absolutely ruined. So that's the risk, is that I can get 3 or 4 hours into this and it could all go wrong with 1 or 2 brush strokes. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Next up is Durham-based potter Jeanette. Born in Denmark and raised in Norway, Jeanette is a full-time lecturer.
Because I'm working, time it can be a challenge to actually have the time to sit down and make the pottery. And pottery isn't a quick process. And setting up a pottery business is knowing how to get customers, how to get to the customers, how to advertise, and all sorts of things that I probably don't even know about yet that I'm hoping to find out.
Jeanette, where did the love for pottery all start for you?
It started with my mum. She's always been really interested in crafts. So I was into sewing, knitting, and pottery as well was one of the things that she had us do. And then I didn't do pottery for a long time until 2015.
Okay.
We signed up for a little pottery course, and it was my first time on the wheel, and I loved it.
What's the dream?
The dream is to be a potter full time. So at the moment I'm working full time and doing this as a hobby, but I'm hoping to focus more on making it into a business.
Well, best of luck with it. Honestly, I can't wait to see what you create.
Thank you very
And
much.
I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
As she tries to turn her passion for pottery into a profession, Jeanette is going to be guided by ceramicist Florian Gatsby. After honing his style in Japan and London, Florian makes functional pieces with subtle glazes. With a huge following on social media, his collections sell out within minutes of being released.
One of the hardest things with ceramics is learning to be proficient and quick. And all you need is just a few little really helpful pointers, and you need someone to take your hands and show you what to do.
All you need is love.
Moments. I think I'm,
All you need is love, love.
Just like Jack, speed and affordability are the name of the game for Jeanette as she produces her first piece. She's decided to make a set of mugs with a typical Scandinavian half-glazed finish that she'll produce in 2 stages.
So we call this centering. You wet your hands and you pull it up into a cone, and then you press it down again. And you do that a couple of times depending on your clay. Now I'm going to make the hole in the middle to open it up. I'm not a very patient person, but when it comes to this, I tend to find my patience hidden away somewhere.
As Jeanette raises the walls of her clay, her first mug takes shape. And once she's happy with the size, the next step is to trim it.
I'm going to use this tool to take away a little bit at the bottom to make a little angled edge on the bottom there. That's it finished there now, and I just need to wire it up and leave it to dry.
Both Jack and Jeanette are focused on making their first pieces, items that are quick to make and that can be sold for affordable prices. But before arriving here, I asked them to make a second piece to find out more about the strengths and weaknesses of their making skills.
I asked them to make a high-end piece. This is something that takes longer to make, often uses more expensive materials, but can be sold for top prices.
Jack has created a full-length mixed media portrait of his wife using collage and photo transfer techniques. He's valued it at £1,500, but does Sharon think it demonstrates the potential for him to be a high-end maker?
Jack's high-end piece is just, isn't it incredible?
It's phenomenal. It's so good. He's really incorporated different elements of art and creativity by doing the photo transfers and the collage, and he does it so well.
Well, Jack wants £1,500 for it.
I think he could get a lot more. I think that he could get more than probably double that.
So how can we help Jack?
So we can scale it down so that it can make the work more accessible to other people. And if he shared a photo of himself with that large-scale piece on social media, I think it would start to build a bit of momentum in terms of people being interested in his work.
That's exciting.
Really exciting.
For her high-end piece, Jeanette has thrown a wide rounded vase and is asking £50 for it. It might not have a high-end price tag, but will it impress mentor Florian?
I like it. Vase where, anything for flowers or anything decorative, I love. And she's done a sandy texture on the outside, so it's like she's applied some slip which she's run her fingers through. So it has a very kind of oceanic feel to it, but the pot as a whole is a bit heavy.
Okay.
So when you pick it up, it kind of defies your expectations. You go to lift it off the table, and it's kind of a bit of a shock almost.
Jeanette's hoping to sell that for £50. Do you think that's okay?
I think people, generally speaking, are quite happy to part with, £100 to £150 for a nice vase. It has a handmade quality. It's not just a simple flat object. The base is finished with such care that I just want to see the rest of the pot finished with the same, level of consistency.
With some improvements to her technique, Jeanette has the potential to make high-end pots, and there's no doubting that Jack has the ability to be a high-end artist. Whilst we've been discussing their work, Jack and Jeanette have been focused on creating affordable pieces they can make quickly. In the Artist's Corner, Almost 2.5 hours after starting work, Jack's portrait of Sharon is taking shape.
Hi, how's it going?
Very well, I think.
Where are we up to now?
We're at what I call the dangerous stage. This is the tipping point. I've got lots of underpainting, so all the colours are there. I think I've got your face structure there. I'm starting to pick out skin tones now.
Yeah.
This is the interesting bit, getting the colours into your face, so all the warmth and the the cool shadows, all those little subtleties, I suppose, that make it perhaps a little bit more interesting. And also some of the details. So we're going to go fingertips, the wonderful lipstick, and the eyes, and those sorts of things. So just starting to finesse a little bit.
In the pottery studio, Jeanette has brought some pre-prepared handles to join to her mugs. It's a crucial stage, and Florian is keen to find out more about how she does it.
I'm going to use this tool to score in 2 places on the cup,
Yeah.
and also on the handles. And then I'm going to put some slip on,
Yeah.
and
Meld them together.
melt them together as good as I can.
How long do these take you to throw?
So to throw probably takes about 10 minutes.
Mugs are something that you should really be able to knock out in about 1 or even 2 minutes. Do you measure each one with a ruler as you're making?
I
or-
measure it with a ruler. I like them all to be slightly different.
If you have a throwing gauge, which is the contraption that sits on the wheel,
Uh-huh.
that has a pointer, and you can lift the pointer up and down. You
Mhm.
set that in space, and you have a physical point to aim for. So you have a little target. So when you're throwing, it's just there. You can see the point you have to throw to, and it just speeds everything up.
Speeds it up.
I'll let you crack on putting the handles on these. See you later.
1 to 2 minutes is an incredibly fast time, but the quicker Jeanette can make her mugs, the more profitable they'll be. In the artist's corner, Jack is adding the finishing touches to his portrait of Sharon.
I'll hopefully resist the temptation to add more or to fiddle any further. Another couple of minutes, and then I'm going to walk away from this.
Jack's oil on canvas portrait of Sharon took 4 hours to paint and has a price tag of £450. But is it a piece that will help him realise his ambition of becoming a full-time artist?
What do you think, Sharon?
I think you've done such a good job in such a short period of time. You've definitely learned that you can make work from a photograph, which is brilliant. So I would say sharing what you're doing on social media, asking clients when they do buy from you for them to share it also. And if you can get some big names,
Yeah, like this one.
with a really big audience, then that means that you could potentially have repeat business, which would be absolutely brilliant.
How about the price point?
I think that's a really reasonable price, that you would be able to increase that, quickly, I would say.
That's good. One potential customer here, I think. Fingers crossed.
I think you've sold it.
First sale, there we go. Brilliant.
In the pottery studio, Jeanette's glazing her collection of Scandi-style mugs.
I've just dipped the mug. It's glazed on the inside, and then it's half glazed on the outside, and it's got these little natural drips coming down, which I think is really nice, just to show how the glaze works and how it runs a little bit and forms natural drips on the cup. So yeah, so that's it, and now it goes in the kiln next.
Excluding drying and firing time, each of Jeanette's mugs has a make time of around 15 minutes and a price tag of £15. But are they a potential moneymaker she can build her business with?
Mugs are a great choice for a high volume thing. Do you not think?
Yes.
Everyone needs a mug, don't they?
They're always the most popular thing
Mhm.
to sell, and people always take a few. They pick them up and they put them together. They want to.
Yeah.
They are nice.
They're nice. Your handles are very neat.
Thank you.
What do you think of the price point?
Most potters, their buying price is usually about £25 and up, because otherwise it's so hard to recuperate, costs and time. So I think you need to, think about increasing it.
Would you say there's a way they can kind of be sort of finessed or improved at all?
You could do with perhaps injecting a bit more of your own personality into the pots. Slight changes to the handle, additions. Be it texture on some point. A little motif.
Adding a little bit of you into it, just make it personal to you.
Yes.
Just need to experiment. Just play.
Absolutely.
Jack and Jeanette have given their all making their first 2 pieces, and just like all of the aspiring makers hoping to learn how to make a living from their skills, it's time for them to make their favourite piece.
Out if the creation that brings them the most joy to make can actually make some big profits.
Jack is going to create a portrait of his daughter using a mix of figurative painting and image transfers of textiles that have been significant in her life.
I'll take a photograph of a piece of fabric and then print it out, and then photocopy off that photocopy. I will take a section out of that and then photo transfer that onto the surface of the canvas. It's a pattern that means quite a lot to us. It's a cloth that my daughter was carried around in when she was a baby. I've drawn out a plan for the portrait. Figures already there, proportions are already there. Worked on that for a little while. I've put down a wash of colour, so to get rid of the white straight away, but also to give myself an idea of where I want the different colours in the image. So the flow from the cooler colours in the middle, warmer colours in the foreground. I've also mapped out the negative space around the figure using this tracing paper. Identified them. This is where the image transfer is going, so the patterns will be going. So each one of these spaces needs a shape, has its own shape. I cut it out of tracing paper. I then position the tracing paper over the top of the pattern, and then I identify an area of the pattern that I like, and then trace around it, cut out the pattern, and then that pattern will then get transferred onto this surface.
To transfer the textile patterns, Jack applies a special medium to the backs of them before placing them face down on his portrait. The image of the textile pattern sticks to the portrait, and Jack then scrapes off the backing.
One of them is it's one of the few places that you can see all 6 of our native reptiles. Now, last time we were here for Springwatch, we managed to see 5 of them. As we walk over, I want you to name the 5.
Okay, we saw the snakes. So we saw adder, smooth snake and grass snake. And we saw 2 of the lizards, common lizard and sand lizard.
So which one didn't we see?
We didn't see the slow
The
worm.
slow worm. But I'm going to give some love to the slow worm now because we've got a couple in here. We've got 2 adults, and I'm going to show you the 2 different ones. Now, this is a female, and you can see it's light, and it has this very distinctive stripe. I'm going to ask you to hold that for a second while I get the male out.
You have to be careful because they all totemize.
Well, actually, I mean, I've been given permission to hold them, but if you do see them, please don't pick them up. Not a good idea. Just leave them be. This is the male, and you can see he's basically one colour, and he's got a much more defined head. So I've got the male. Chris has got the female. So there we go. They lived for about 20 years. They've been really misunderstood. People used to think they were blind, poisonous, fearsome creatures that you shouldn't go anywhere near. I mean, clearly they're not. They're not blind. They're not poisonous. They haven't got a sting. They're not fearsome creatures that you should avoid. And also, people used to think that they were snakes. Well, they're not snakes. They're called a slow worm. They're not worms. They're not snakes. So what are they? Well, they're legless lizards. And we're going to go over to this marvellous prop to show you why they're lizards and not snakes. Well, first of all, snakes can't blink, whereas lizards can. So you're going to show the old blinking. They've got an eyelid. So our slow worm is a lizard because it can blink.
A little wink. Something a little wink there, look.
Let's take a look at the tongues. Now, we all know that snakes have a forked tongue. Show the tongue.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well, was too busy
And
winking.
our sand lizard.
Here's the forked tongue of the snake. Yeah.
Our slow worm, but it's a lizard, has a notched tongue. Okay, and if you look at the neck, you see the snake has quite a defined neck. And our slow worm, which is a lizard, doesn't. That's typical of a lizard. And also the scales are very different. It's very smooth scales in our slow worm.
And we've got a representation of that here. So these approximate to snake scales. And you can see they're large, they're separated. Very often they're keeled. So they're quite rough to the touch. And beneath those, if you lift them up, there's a very flexible skin, and that allows snakes to swallow things which, as you know, are larger than the size of their head. If you contrast that with the scales of the slow worm, you can see that they're much smaller. Some of them appear triangular, some like a trapezium in shape. But then, if you put them under a very powerful microscope, this is what they look like. Along the edge of the scale here, you can see all of these little notches, and they're little thorny cusps. We call them denticles, and they're about 3 mu in length. That's 0.0003 of a millimetre. So they're very, very small indeed. But obviously, they're there for a purpose. And we think that they're to give them some grip, because these animals are highly fossorial. They're constantly moving through the undergrowth. They're moving through soft soils and grass, which can shift and move. They're not solid objects that they're moving through where they can get a purchase like the snakes. These are flexible substrates. So they need to be able to grip them quite, well. And we think that it's these denticles, these tiny little cusps on their scales, which give them the capacity to do that.
I've just gone back here so I can appreciate them. But if we're talking grip, they also have backward-facing teeth. Do you want to demonstrate? We've got some backward-facing teeth.
I've got backward-facing teeth. I've certainly got those for you. Yep.
So
Okay.
that they can
There we are.
grip their prey, which is usually slimy, covered in usual things like snails and slugs and worms. So they're pretty fascinating creatures, aren't they?
And I should say that this is not an exaggeration. The teeth are very large for a lizard, and they're long and sharp, ideal for grabbing that slippery stuff, as you say. Now, what about slow worms? They're not one of our rarest reptiles. That would fall to the sand lizard and the smooth snake, of course. In fact, you might see them in your gardens or certainly on allotments where there are lots of compost heaps. They like those. Surveys show that they occur in 300,000 kilometres squares in the UK. But nevertheless, sadly, like so many other things, they are declining. Principally habitat loss, particularly building on brownfield sites where they can prosper. So if you've got slow worms on your allotment, in your garden, then do everything you can to look after them. Make sure you've got those compost heaps, they like those. And if you're living in urban, suburban areas, quite a lot of them get predated by cats, and you can help protect them from that by having something for them to hide under, some logs or some tin. Deal. That gives them the capacity to warm up early in the morning and move about into that substrate without exposing themselves to predation. So yeah, a bit of gardening for slow worms would certainly help.
Lots of ideas there, and you can do at least one of them every day, in fact, for 30 days, because tomorrow launches 30 Days Wild, which is the Wildlife Trust's annual challenge to do something for wildlife every day for 30 days. Do you know the other thing I'm going to suggest people do?
Go on.
Nothing. I know that sounds bizarre, but do nothing. Go and sit in an environment like this and just be quiet and listen. Listen to the sounds of nature. It's something that zoologist and musician Louis V.I. is trying to encourage us to do more of, to stop, to listen, and really appreciate the sounds of the natural environment.
This is a forest in Wales on the edge of Eryri, formerly known as Snowdonia. Man, it's a beautiful thing to behold. But I'm not here to see. I'm here to listen. My name is Louis V.I. I'm a music artist, but most don't know I'm also a zoologist.
I've always been a fan of music, but I've also been a nature geek. Nature, she's the original artist. Tried telling a humpback whale or nightingale that music is human made.
I want to lift the mic to nature. And what better time than now with the aliveness of the sound of spring? In a forest, there's not just any forest.
We are in a temperate rainforest right now. And just like its tropical cousin, it rains a lot, over 200 days a year. It used to cover a fifth of the UK, but now it's very rare, sadly just down to 1%. I've never been anywhere like this before.
The moist environment makes it extremely biodiverse, with over 42 nationally rare species of lichen and 25 rare species of moss.
Being in this is a trip because I'm just looking in right here and we've got a whole forest right here in this moss. And there's so much life. All you need to do is stand still for a minute and you get to experience it. And it feels like a different place. It feels a special place.
Today, I want to tap into this incredible ecosystem to record the sounds I hear, but focusing specifically on the sounds we're at risk of losing, the species that are in decline.
It's important to shine light on these species because if we don't start listening out, one day we're going to wake up and there will be real silence because we've let them become extinct.
The plan is for me to take the sounds that I hear today back to the studio to make a track with them. But I'm not alone. To help capture these sounds, I brought in the big guns. In the form of Springwatch sound recordist Gary Moore. He's being a G and letting me borrow his parabolic microphone, which picks up distant sounds with serious clarity.
You hear that? Song thrush at the top of the tree there. The nuthatch behind us. Nice. There's that pipe fly. There's that pipe fly.
Oh yeah. This is mad. Pied flycatchers are temperate rainforest specialists, but like migrating birds, their populations have decreased massively, with numbers almost halving since 1995.
That's the sickest rhythm. That bird's got a proper little groove going on. Oh, that's gorgeous. That is. Willow warbler. Descending note. Yeah, yeah.
Often mistaken for chiffchaffs, willow warbler numbers are declining most in England and Wales.
No, we've got a micro habitat, we've got a micro soundscape, yeah, basically.
I love that. Micro soundscape, perfect sampling. I have to say, the river sounds gorgeous. When you focus in on it, and it stops just being white noise. Oh, listen to that. Oh, listen to that. That is amazing. I swear the cuckoo is one of those sounds we all recognize, but actually seeing or hearing them now is becoming an increasingly rare treat. Since the early 1980s, numbers have dropped by a staggering 65%. Just imagine these woods without that sound. How do you even explain that to your future kids? Oh man, that was amazing. You showed me a whole nother world there. I can't wait to get that into the studio.
Seriously, anytime.
Thank you, brother.
Bless you.
Nice one. Gary smashed it. So thanks to him, we can go back and start to make something nice, I think. But before I leave this magical place, I reckon it's time we lay down a minute and touch base. Leave some space for Mother Nature to reply. Can't lie, this is actually very comfy. I reckon I could take quite a 30 nap here. You just gotta slow down to the pace of nature. Have a listen, and things start coming to you. When you hear birdsong, you tend to feel relaxed. But there's a deeper evolutionary message behind that, because birds tend to sing and make noise when there's no predators around. So birdsong we've evolved to associate with safety. We think we live on a planet with nature, but we actually live on a planet as part of nature too. And I think the sooner we get closer to that, the more in harmony we can be.
I'm very pleased that Louis has come to join us this evening. Welcome.
Thanks for
coming.
so much. Great to be
What
here.
a place, though.
Yeah.
That forest was beautiful.
Yeah, temperate rainforest. I've never been there before, and it was pretty mind-blowing.
And you were with the guru,
Yeah.
obviously Gary Moore, when it comes to sound recording.
Yeah.
But what I noted was at the top of that piece, you talked about the fear of silence. And then some of the figures that you quoted in terms of decline had happened in my lifetime.
Wow. Yeah.
So I can remember woods like that being louder than you can hear them now. And that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, man, I would have loved to have heard it back then. And that's the thing, you know, we humans, we're part of nature, but we're also part of the problem with the biodiversity loss and climate change we're causing. And if we don't start learning to listen again, we actually run the risk of actually having a truly silent planet.
You were in that wood, you collected the sounds, you made a track out of it. Talk us through that process.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was going to do with the sounds. It's hard to go up to Mother Nature, the original artist. But yeah, we got the cuckoo, we got the beautiful sounds of the river running through, and we got the pied flycatcher. And that's what really brought the inspiration for me, because I didn't know where we were going to go, but it had this rhythm in it that was almost like Afrobeat-y. And of course, it's a migratory species.
and it's come all the way from Africa during the spring to Britain, but always comes back. It shows that there's no borders in nature. It's something that we could learn a lot from as humans, I think, and it's beautiful. This bird is both British and African, and he brought the vibe for the tune. And I put bass to it,
Yeah, so you've put bass to it, you've put some lyrics to it. We've got to listen out for those sounds then of nature while the bass and your voice is there. So listen out for that and take it away.
Let's do it.
My body, what does it feel like to wake up early? Sit to the goal line, but something made me relax. Can't compete when making these tracks. Anxiety dash, moss underneath on my back. Leaves like the prints of my hat. From the trees to the river to splash. Mother Nature calling me mad. Mother Nature calling me mad. Mother Nature calling my dad. Won't believe the humans ready to slide. From the sea to the river inside. Who we took back, don't understand. Yeah, time to rewrite on this line. Take it slow, do the balance is there. When the links moves on the fair and more sounds will appear. Hey, my bird, what does it feel like to wake up early? Sing till it don't lie, like hey.
I love that so much. For me, combining nature and music, I think is so important. The power of connecting with new audiences, the power of getting nature into music, to art, all of those creative spaces could not be underestimated. And he's done an absolutely brilliant job of that. Anyone with any musical capabilities has my admiration immediately. Now, another animal that lives around the shoreline of the Isle of Bute lives just over this way. It's the enigmatic, beautiful otter. And earlier on in the week, I went out to go and see them for myself. Oh, they're right here. We've managed to find, not two, but 3 otters, because I'm feeling very greedy. It's amazing seeing family units like this. You've got a mum and 2 cubs. The cubs look pretty much fully grown. Had to just move down the shoreline here because these otters are feeding whilst on the move. Based on what I can see, they're definitely gorging themselves on all that Bute has to offer. It's a proper buffet for them. Seeing those dynamics between them, you get a real insight into their really secretive and elusive lives. Otherwise, you just never get the chance to see. Oh, look at them. All 3 of them have just got up on a rock, posed perfectly, had a bit of a shake, and got back into the water again. Oh, so beautiful. It was a magical experience seeing this family of otters, knowing that I was there, of course they did, but obviously not causing any disturbance and staying trusted enough that they go about their daily business was really lovely. Always worth getting up for wildlife. That's what I say all the time. And of course, there's about 8,000 otters, and 50% of them are coastal, which is the ones that we see here on the island. Our local naturalist and photographer John Williams goes out almost daily, actually, to photograph these beautiful mammals and get some really interesting shots about what they're eating.
So they see a variety of different things, everything from scorpion fish, lump suckers, cat sharks, which is amazing because they've got very, very thick skin, and even shags, as big as a shag. Look down there, it looks like a juvenile on the bottom right-hand side. Phenomenal photographs. And of course, they're making the most of their marine environment and use all of the prey that is available to them. Elsewhere, freshwater otters are eating very different things, especially in mid Wales, and we were sent this fascinating video. So this is an otter who is trying to eat a toad. Now, this is entirely new to me. I mean, they do somewhere, other places in Europe, eat some toads, but they have to do it very carefully because toads have these toxins, these glands on their back producing these toxins that make them unpalatable to predators. They've got them on the backs and on their eyes, so a predator really doesn't want to eat a toad unless it knows how to manipulate it. Now, most otters perhaps eat the legs of toads and leave the body, but there's a very specialised behaviour that some otters have learned how to do. Check out this photograph and brace yourself, because it's bizarre. Now, this photo was sent by Will Lewis. This is a toad which has been turned inside out. The otter has carefully manoeuvred it, taken out all of its insides, and left what can only be described as a bit of a horror scene on the back garden. But such an interesting, specialised behaviour. And they think that they're prone to eating toads in this area, perhaps because there's less fish available to them. It's not their preferred source of food, toads, but they will go for it, of course, if there is nothing else to eat. But you have this difference between freshwater and coastal otters, and we're seeing that in their behaviour, but also in their morphology and how they're evolving. So here I've got a diagram of the otter skulls, combining the freshwater and the coastal. Now, you have to get your eye in because some of the differences are tiny. You need lasers and specific microscopes. But what you can see is that freshwater otters have a narrower and kind of shorter snout, enables them to be more streamlined in the water, but to also catch their fast-moving prey, things like salmonoids, so perhaps brown trout or salmon. And they also have got kind of eyes in proportion to their body. But then you take a look at coastal otters. Now, they've got a slightly shorter snout, but their zygomatic arch around the eye is a lot wider. They've got a taller cranium, and it's about increasing the surface area so that more muscle can attach to the skull and attach to the lower jaw, creating a bigger bite force. And of course, coastal otters are making the most of lots of things. If you just love cat sharks, incredibly tough skin, and lots of bones, and things like crustaceans as well. So they're developing a bigger bite force than the freshwaters. I find that personally really interesting, how these animals develop on a kind of a daily basis. And we see otters out and about all the time, but never really see them changing like that. And this is when science comes into its own, because we learn so much by looking at the minute changes of the same species, but in different environments. And we can see how they navigate these challenging habitats to very different habitats in such an expert way. They're beautiful mammals, and of course the numbers are increasing. They were historically persecuted, and the fact they're back here and doing so much better is really exciting. So now on from one amazing predator, both coast and marine, to the birds in the sky. Fantastic predators themselves. Let's head over to Yolo and Chris back down at Arm.
Thanks, Nick. It's good to see that skull differentiation there. People always think that, evolution stopped. And of course, it hasn't. Evolution is taking place, as you say, every single day. And those differences at the moment are within the same species. Who knows, in X thousand years' time, we might have two separate species or separate, one separate, one marine.
But the pinnacle of evolution. Now, earlier on, we saw the goshawk take the songthrust chicks and take them back to the nest to feed the young, but we have cameras on two other raptor nests as well. So let's go live straight away to the kestrels to see what's going on. Oh, wow, we got the adult female in, feeding the young. And the young are growing really well. 5 young in there now, of course. You see the feathers starting to emerge. They look like the female for the first few months of life. And a lot of those, I reckon they'll be in there for another, 10 days maybe, Chris?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
But we've had a lot of drama this week, so let's just catch up with the start of the week. 26th of May, we had 6 chicks in there. One quite a bit smaller, the runt. The nest box you see there on a building here on Arismody Arm Reserve, and you see the youngster between the adult's leg. It's a feisty little thing. It's not going to give up. It's going to fight for survival. And they brought in a variety of food. I think that might have been a thrush, actually, bringing in a slow worm. look at that. And I bet he entered that hole as well. Or in a lot of voles, of course. They're vole specialists, good vole habitat around here. And a sand lizard. And nothing is sacrosanct for these kestrels. And the male comes in, and that's a bankful, I think. But they got a little bit more than they bargained for with this one here, because that bankful actually is not quite dead. They start to peck at it slowly. See, it's still breathing. Now, I half thought that the vole might just get up and run out, but oh no, they start to peck at it again. But the youngster, it bit the youngster on the talon, but it didn't make it, unfortunately, and it was soon dispatched. One of the chicks just took it down and ate it whole. See the youngster still battling away there, and they got in a shrew, the adults. Well, not many predators will take on shrews because it doesn't taste too good. And watch the reaction of this chick. Shakes its head, really doesn't like what it's eating, a bit like me eating lettuce, and has another peck. And eventually it thinks, right, enough's enough, it's all going down in one. And down in one it does go too. Well-fed chicks. Good parents, these two. There they are, looking out. And of course, by the 29th, the youngster wasn't looking very good at all. Couldn't open its eyes. Poor little thing. And when we went over there at the end of Wednesday, we saw that it really was on its last legs. It's still alive, barely. They slept overnight, and when we came in and saw the cameras again the next morning, when the adults came in and the chicks cleared, we could see that poor thing hadn't made it. It was dead. But waste not, want not is the motto of nature, so the adult tears it up and feeds it to the youngsters, and eventually absolutely nothing goes to waste, and it shared it between the siblings.
They did, and they're all looking very healthy, so we'll keep our eyes on those, of course, next week. And one thing we should mention is the smell of a kestrel's nest.
Oh,
isn't it
stinks.
Glorious.
You can find them there just by smelling it.
I love that musty sort of meaty bird smell.
Is that your Eau Savage?
I'm wearing
Nest de Kestrel.
I've got the kestrel on.
Oh, good man. Well done.
If you're watching earlier in the week, you know that Yolo's had the pleasure of visiting Corfe Castle, which is visible a few miles away over there. And we've been following the story of a pair of peregrines which have been nesting there. Let's have a brief recap now. Got the camera up very early in the spring before the birds had really settled, on the hope that they would go to the nest. They did. They went in and laid 4 eggs in that nest. A while later, we saw this female flying around with one of the eggs attached to her. It clearly cracked and got stuck there. That got dumped, of course, leaving 3, 2 of which hatched in the nest. And then something shocking happened. The male came in and killed the smaller of the 2 chicks. The female arrived and swallowed it whole. That left just 1 chick in the nest, and you can see it there now. Look at that crop, absolutely full of food. And there's been no more naughtiness in the nest. The female's been doing a great job of looking after it. Well, for the first time, we can go live to that nest now. So let's take a look at what our peregrines are up to. Look at that. Oh, come on.
Oh, Lord and master of all it surveys.
Oh, what a place as well. Such a beautiful ruin, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah.
What a place for a nest. And the nest is below that. You pan down there, we can see it's in that old chimney. And there's the nest, and you can see the youngster in there having a sleep. And of course, the benefit of being a single youngster now is that it's getting all of that food. And we've been watching it. The adults have been in and out, bringing lots of food in, lots of blackbirds. Oh my goodness, look at that in the night, aren't they?
In the evening light as well.
Oh my goodness me, what a bird.
Look at all those feathers.
Yeah. And here again, you see the female brooding that chick still. Food's being brought in regularly. This, we think, is a blackbird. They've been bringing plenty of those in. And as Yolo, you pointed out earlier, the Corfe Castle is full of nesting jackdaws, and at any point in the next few days or week, lots of those juvenile jackdaws will be leaving the nest, and these peregrines are going to be, wow, it's going to be fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's got to be carnage. Absolute carnage when those young jackdaws are on the wing. Easy targets. And I got to say, Chris, I don't think I've ever seen a chick so well fed with that bulging
size of it.
I know.
A couple of days ago it was tiny, and now it's already grown. It's got so much food.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Oh, it's
sensational.
fabulous. And I'm pleased to say that Peregrine camera is now live, and you can watch that and all of our other cameras between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. every day. Well, from the elegant peregrines high up on Corfe Castle to a creature that scrabbles about below the surface of a sandy shore. But never forget that these small creatures are the all-important ones.
Along the coast of East Sutherland in Scotland, early May. The tide has receded, leaving its mark. Seaweed on the strand line, a source of nutrients which invertebrates can't resist. Isopods feast, whilst centipedes prowl in search of prey. Perhaps an isopod. All this activity signals a buffet for the birds. Pied wagtails snap flies from the air. But the sun is sinking, and the temperature with it. Soon the daytime beachcombers have left. All is calm. But here, when the sun goes down, the party further up the beach is just getting started. An underground movement is stirring. Talatrus saltata. Tiny crustaceans less than 2 centimeters long. During the day, they keep a low profile, buried up to 30 centimeters deep in the sand. But at night, they emerge en masse on a mission to feed. They crave seaweed. But finding it is another matter. With their relatively simple eye structure, they navigate their surroundings. They head towards big dark shapes on the horizon. To get there, they have a lot of sand to cover, and crawling is slow going. They can't waste time, and they don't. They spring into action. Their specially adapted flicks them into the air. There's not much control, and landings can be brutal. It's these antics which gave them their common name, sandhoppers. By midnight, the beach is alive and pulsing with activity. By the time they hit the kelp, their appetite must be raging. They tuck in a frenzied feast. By dining in huge numbers like this, they're providing a vital service. Sandhoppers play a crucial role in the decomposition of detritus on the beach, which in turn feeds plants and other creatures. As dawn breaks, it's clear the party's over. Time to head home, back to their burrows. Now they can sleep off the night's success, safe and sound, in the sand.
I love
love that. I love seeing those little sand hoppers because some people can find them a bit irritating on the beach.
Be
They're sort
careful.
of hopping all around your ankles, but now you can show appreciation and not irritation.
Don't upset the sand
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Are you ready?
And you're looking for medals of Martin Down. And this Sunday, keep your eyes open because we've got a spin-off series called Spin-off to the Winners. It's on BBC One Wales and on Wicked! I can't come I'm traveling to Africa on one long epic journey. Well, good. Did you get anything with the discount? That's a false offer.
The Misadventures of Robert and Nathan continues Wednesday at 9 on BBC Two and ITN.
The house closing in time and the show-stopping clock will stop. Hidden Treasures of National Trust in Hour on BBC Two. Now the Friday theme of 27 is wanted.
Hello, welcome to Gardener's World. And after a hectic and fascinating week at Chelsea, it is lovely to be back in the peace and calm of my own garden. And at this point in the year, there's an awful lot going on, but it is a kind of change. There's a real sense of transition going from spring into summer, but there's a certain amount of tweaking you have to do to get the best of that transition. And that's all part of the enjoyment and the skill of gardening. But there's one transition that is much more drastic and which is finite. And that's what's happening to the two big bamboos, the Philostachys I've got here in the grass borders. One on that side and one in the other corner. And I've had them growing in these borders for at least 10 years. And they've been completely happy, but they've started to flower. Now, of course, when a plant flowers, that's normally a cause for celebration. But I'm afraid that's not the case with bamboo. In fact, it can be terminal. And certainly the bamboo will never be the same again, because they only flower once, and that's it. So if you're filling your bamboos with this cluster of small flowers that almost look like dead growth on the end, I'm afraid that isn't very good news. So the thing to do is to cut out any decent canes, use them, and see if there's regrowth, but don't be surprised if there isn't. That could be the end of the story. Whereas the bamboos in the pots that I've got here are looking a bit straggly, but that's because it's new growth, and that will soon put on new leaf. It's only if they've got flowers that you need to be worried. Now, coming up on today's programme, Carol is surrounded by colour as she visits a garden in Oxfordshire planted entirely with annuals.
You get instant impact, and you get it what's more in a whole kaleidoscopic range of colours.
We meet an artist and wildlife expert who has transformed his garden into a wildlife haven.
What we wanted was something which was rich in wildlife, also really good, full of flowers and attractive to look at as well. And I think we have achieved that.
This year, Adam is designing a show garden for Gardeners World Live, and we join him as he starts on that journey.
Walking through here, this place is rammed with inspiration. You've got the scent of garlic, fallen trees that are left. A lot of this is about shapes and forms and the patterns that wild planting creates. Fantastic.
And I will be revealing for the first time a new part of the garden here at Longmeadow.
That's awesome. I love it. It's amazing. Oh, yeah.
I said we're in a period of transition. But of course, that means the arrival of lovely things as well as the disappearance of others. And here in the Jewel Garden, the dominant colour is purple from the alliums. This is Purple Sensation. But it can be a bit dominant. But this year, I think we've got it about right. And I love the Iris Sibirica with its bluey mauve colour. However, the plants that are going over are not looking so good, obviously. And a really good example is the Imperial Fritillaria. But it's a mistake to cut them back because you want to let the plant die back as much as possible, and that will feed next year's bulb. Whereas if you grow bulbs in pots, like these tulips, you can be more proactive. And I'm now going to empty these pots and use them for summer planting. So, first thing to do is to take the seed heads off. And I would recommend doing this on any tulips or daffodils that you grow in pots.
I love it. It's amazing. Oh,
So I'm going to just cut around the edges. Okay, that's the easy bit. Now the tricky bit. Lift this up. This is why I've got the barrow here. So it just comes out in one piece. Yeah, there we go. Not too bad. There we go. That out the bottom. That can be back in there. And this now will go into a plastic pot. Lift the whole thing up like that, hoping it doesn't fall apart. And if it doesn't, there we go. That's all I need. Now, I will put this somewhere that gets at least half a day's sunlight. It must have some sun, and the more the better. and leave it until there is no green in the foliage or the stems at all. So I'll put those to one side for a moment. Now I've got this pot, which I can use for a summer display. What I've got are dahlias. Now, these are both a dahlia called David Howard, and I love David Howard. It's got a slightly darker leaf and a wonderful orange flower. And you can see that with these, I've cut them back. I've cut back the stem, and we've got side shoots developing. Don't be frightened of doing this, because the side shoots have more flowers. Now this is a very different mix to the tulip mix. The key to growing tulips is drainage. Dahlias, on the other hand, although they do need some drainage, need more food. So compost and then some perlite or grit to open it out. We'll put that out. Pop that in. And then put it around it. Now, obviously, that needs a good soak now, and then I will water it once a week. And when I water it, I'll also feed it from now on. And I use a quite dilute liquid seaweed, and that will keep the flower production going. Now, I shall be planting some of these larger pots with dahlias, but the vast majority will go in the borders, and I'll do that as space appears. And as well as the dahlias, we'll be adding massive annuals. And Carol's been to Oxford to look at the range of glorious annuals that can brighten up our summer gardens.
Us gardeners can sometimes face all sorts of quandaries. Perhaps we've got a new garden with vast empty spaces that need filling. Or perhaps we've got perennial borders that could just do with judging up a bit. Or this one group of plants can come to our aid cheaply, easily, and what's more, we can do it in just 1 year. It's the annuals. An annual is exactly what it says. It's a flower whose seed is sown, that flowers and dies, never to be seen again, all in 1 year. Unlike herbaceous perennials, which flower, die back, and flower again year after year. So you might ask, why bother with annuals? Annuals have so much to offer. You get instant impact, and you get it what's more in a whole kaleidoscopic range of colours. And they're so diverse, everything from great Heenman sunflowers down to ground-hugging plants. They last so long and they're so incredibly floriferous. So, of course, they're full of pollen and nectar, and they're the most brilliant plants for all sorts of pollinating insects. There are two different kinds of annuals. There are half-hardy annuals that can't stand the frost, and then there are hardy annuals. Now, this border is completely composed of half-hardy annuals. It's a picture now. It looks like a sweet shop. But if you were to come along here in May, you'd see nothing but bare ground. And it's moved in. Small plants grown from seed but planted into modules. And they're put out. Tiny, tiny little plants, but within weeks they've started to burgeon. And then later in the summer, this is what you get. And what a show it is. Just look at this beautiful cosmos. This is one called Bright Light, very aptly named too. Yellow, orange, red almost at its edge. And in perfect contrast is this ageratum next door. These fluffy flowers, that's one called Blue Horizon. And then in the background, this wonderful stand, French marigolds, Tagetes, and that's burning embers, very apt for these dark, cinnamon-coloured flowers. It's wonderful to see all those brightly coloured packets of seed, isn't it, in the spring? but it's even more exciting to collect your own seed and grow your own plants from it. All you've got to do is wait for a nice, dry, sunny day. No good doing it on a damp day because your seed will rot. And then collect your seed just at the point when nature tells you to. In other words, when the plant itself is ready to distribute its seed everywhere. So I'm going to take some seed from this calendula. Very straightforward. And all you do is find one that's really, really right. Break it off. Take it in your hand and just gently remove those seeds from the seed head. And each one of those seeds is going to make a plant of this kind of size and have masses of flowers. When you're sowing your seed, you've got several choices. You can either distribute it, broadcast it, or you can grow it in a tray or a pot. And that way, even if you haven't got a garden, you can have annuals galore to grace any pot or container. You can use annuals in so many different ways. Often they're used to create a quite naturalistic effect, but not here. Here, everything is very, very deliberate, almost regimented. What happens is that these big triangular shapes are made, and within each one, small plug plants are put out early in the year. And you end up with these great big blocks of colour, living cheek by jowl in interlocking triangles right the way through the border. You could achieve the same sort of effect, but probably on a much smaller scale, by direct sowing. In that case, you'd have to use hardy annuals, because you'd have to sow those seeds quite early in the spring, or possibly in the previous autumn. Classically, annuals are often used to fill in gaps in our beds and borders. Here, that idea is given a really modern twist by planting them alongside perennial grasses. Zinnias are superb. To me, the kind of old-fashioned plants my granddad used to grow them. But what I love about them is the variety of colour. You can get all sorts of different seed mixes, but the ones I prefer, and more importantly, the ones that pollinating insects prefer, are the single ones, where you can actually see these big centres full of pollen and nectar. They're a brilliant, brilliant range of colour, really easy to grow. From a February sowing, you can put them on your windowsill or in the greenhouse, and you'll get little plants that you can put out at the end of May, after the frosts have passed. And they'll start to flower at the end of July and go right the way through until October or so. If you deadhead them, that will encourage further flowers to develop and give you a much longer flowering period. One annual that's become extremely popular in recent years, and is one of the most dramatic plants you could possibly grow, is Amaranthus. This one is Amaranthus Hoppy Red Dye. It's glorious with these deep crimson, almost beetroot coloured leaves, and then these long panicles of drooping flowers. It keeps those panicles even when it turns to seed, and it does seed itself around absolutely everywhere. Those seeds, though, have quite important economic significance. It's quinoa. It's in that same family, and it's grown worldwide, both for its seeds and for its leaves, which are also edible. I'd want to grow it just for these magnificent flowers. It brings real panache to the border. Annuals may be with us only for a year, but we should grow them every year.
That's awesome. I love it. It's amazing. Oh, yeah.
That was at Aston Pottery in Oxfordshire last September. But sow annuals now, and they will start flowering in a month or so's time. And this relates to a little experiment that I did a few weeks ago. I sowed 3 lots of zinnia seeds, the same variety. It's called Purple Prince, and I used a heated propagator, another identical batch in a sealed plastic bag to keep in the moisture, and another one just sowing them on a seed frame, all three were put side by side on the same south-facing medicine. Now, what we noticed was that, unsurprisingly, those in the heated propagator germinated much quicker than the other two. They started to appear after a few days. They were followed by the ones in the plastic bag about 4 days later, and then quite a bit later by the ones that had no assistance at all. But now, looking at them, all three are pretty much the same size. So after 3 or 4 weeks, it's a level playing field. The main conclusion you can draw from that is that a heated propagator is really useful to get things going quickly. If you're short of space or short of time, or if you have plants like chilies or tomatoes that need heat, a good substitute is simply put in a polythene bag. It really helps by keeping the moisture in. And if you're not in a hurry, just sowing them on a windowsill or in a porch or a greenhouse is absolutely fine. Now, I haven't pricked out this batch, so I want to do it holding by a leaf, not a stem, because we don't want to damage it. Just ease a seedling out, and you can see I've got a nice amount of root there. So we then make room for it with a dibber and pop it in and just gently push it into place. That's taken on. And of course, what we're doing by this is reducing the competition for space and therefore increasing the chance of really good healthy root growth for each of the plants. Now, while I'm doing this, we're going to visit, I was going to say one of your gardens, but in fact, it's one of your allotments.
Welcome to you all. This is Newport in South Wales, our council allotment. And my name is Farida. I live in an urban area and I struggle with finding enough growing space, enough sunny spot when germinating seeds. And this year I'd like to share with you the method that happens to be extremely successful. It's the seed snail method. It's a roll of soil with seeds in it. It costs you nothing because it's made out of recycled materials. You know, this is polythene wrapping foam, but you can also make it from plastic or a sandwich bag, any material really. So you roll it like this. At this point, you can use a sellotape, you can use an elastic band, or you can just put it in a right-sized pot and keep it safe like this. So now I will push the soil down, place your seeds, and sprinkle some soil on top. All my aubergines, peppers, tomatoes were started in a snail. I've also experimented this year starting corn in a snail. And this is Celeriac. Look at the root system of each one of these plants. Can you believe that I didn't have to do any repotting, transplanting? Beautiful. So if you are struggling with looking after your seedlings, especially those little ones like celeriac or onions, this is the method we use to try because it's very low maintenance.
I think that's a brilliant idea, Farida. Certainly not something I'd ever seen or tried before, but I will now. And by the way, we love receiving tips, ideas, innovations, eccentricities, anything that can add to our sum of knowledge. So please don't be shy about sending them in. You can go to our website to get all the information about how you can do that. Now, I'm in the long walk. And we've had, to be honest, a really difficult winter and spring with the long walk because we used to have down here an avenue of clip box cones, but the box suffered terribly from box blight last year. So we cleared the whole space. And the whole point of the long walk from day one has been it is this calm green space
dividing the cottage garden on one side and the dual garden on the other. So I want to keep that sense of the gap between two busy gardens. And after lots of discussion, what we've decided to do is make a lawn. Now, for many years, we haven't really had a lawn here at Longmeadow, but I was watching my grandchildren play. And what was lovely was seeing them charging up and down, just feeling at ease that they didn't have to bash into plants or keep off this or not do that. This is somewhere where they could play. Now, any lawn, whether you turf or sow it, is only as good as the duration. So you start off by digging it over and weeding it. Then leave it for a few weeks and let more weeds come through. Weed it again. Then rotivate it. And then rake it. And maybe rake it 2 or 3 times. Try to get rid of all lumps of soil bigger than a marble. Now, your grass seed. Because I want the children to play on it, I want a tough grass, which means including ryegrass. The next thing is you need to make sure you've got the right amount. Now, according to this mix, it's 30 grams per square meter. And this is enough to do 6 meters of this width. So I put canes 6 meter intervals all the way down. And the secret is to sow evenly. Don't be tempted to sow too thick. The next step is to rake it in. By raking it, you bury the seed and you help spread it and distribute it more evenly. And when that's done, you need to either have scarecrows or wires or something to stop the birds eating it. Actually, this particular seed comes with a deterrent, which is salty apparently, and birds don't like the taste. And the grass will not germinate and grow if it's too dry. So don't let it dry out until the grass is growing strongly. Well, watching me rake isn't that fascinating. So let's go to Dartmoor and visit the Devon home of John Walters. Now, John is a superb naturalist, and it's not surprising that he's made his garden a haven.
Come on! Ready for the hardcore? You ready for the jumping? You ready for the jumping? Now, to the murder. Did I hit the sky? Helter Skelter. Put it hard. Put it on the hardcore line. Pump it up, pump it up. Roll down with the dick up. Keep moving. Outside the dead young man. I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man. Still stop. I'm a dead man. All goes inside! Inside the place!
Do you want some? Do you want some? Oh yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! Each and every one! Flex out yourself! Reach out and feel that emotion! Pull up on the one! And go bigger! Pull up on the one! And go bigger! Pull up on the one! And look at the danger! And so let it shine! Come on!
I got power, baby. Oh my god. Yeah.
From DJ Production, Helter Skelter, Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter, make some noise for the DJ Production. One. United and DJ. When the one night was in the coming this way. Coming at ya, coming at ya. Ah, yeah, yeah. The last one from the Ultimate Seduction. Here it comes. Now we are now we are Mugandola. Lyrical. We are Mugandola. Back to that one. Realize. My God, my friend. Where's your crew? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hardcore. Are you ready for the deal? Hardcore, let's go. on! That's the phone! Window! I'm free for the hot dog! You know it was it! Outside the 1 yard corner! Each and every one inside! Your time! Let's join the ride! Let's go! Come on! Come on, come on! Time to take you on a musical high! Let's go to Jenny Hardcore! Let's go! Roll in! Roll in! The one night to the time! Everybody who's done! Your time! Your time! Oh, yeah! Let's join the ride! And we will stop! And we will stop! Who's in the house? Time to express yourself. I'm trying to find an audience suicide. Time to express yourself. I know whenever you come. I know that your body goes. I know that your body moves. Let's go raw. We are on down with love. Each and every flavor.
Working in with 250-year-old complex interconnected mechanism that you just don't know what it's going to throw at you.
Only time will tell if Lord Fairhaven's prized clock will ever chime again. Whether the objects bequeathed to the trust are unique or every day, they're all looked after with the same meticulous care.
There's different types of legacies. You've got priceless art and furniture, but you've also got everyday throwaway objects that may be reused by ordinary people. And for me, it's these everyday objects that so often bring us closer to history. You can see how they were used, you can see the pattern of the required through years of handling. That really brings history to life. managed to clean them up?
In the small Nottinghamshire market town of Workside, it's the trappings of 1920s middle class life that are preserved in this house, once the home of Florence and William Straw.
Morning, Florence. So when I come in, I do normally say hello to Straws. It does feel quite a personal space coming in. It's always nice to come in into the room. I probably do feel quite close to them. I certainly feel protective of them. But if I have to admit, it is quite an instinctive thing. But if anybody sort of wants to say anything negative about the family or the house or how they live, you do tend to be a bit protective.
To step through the door of 7 Blythe Grove is to step back in time, into a house that remains almost exactly as it was when William and Florence came to live here in 1923.
So the Straw family were a family of middle class grocers. The family business was doing really well, and that's when they purchased Empress Villa. It was a representation of their standing in society, and Florence very much made it that family home.
Fucking hell.
So, I'm very respectful of the lives that have been lived through these garments, really. You want to do your best for that object. So, I think that's what it is. I think that's why I get so emotional about it. It's like that sense of, responsibility. Well,
The fashion collection was not the only legacy cared for at Killerton. There were also the objects left behind by the family who once lived here.
So the Ackermans are said to be one of Devon's oldest families. They moved to Killerton during the late 17th century. And then they moved
Got
to
on lyrics.
Killerton.
Really? Oh my god.
The Ackermans called Killerton home for almost 300 years, but it's the couple that lived here for much of the 19th century that left the greatest mark on it.
Can you see the telly? No, I don't think so. Can you hear the telly? I don't think so. Well, maybe you can actually. I think. I don't know what to do now. I've got to go to the toilet again. I've got to go for a pee. I've got to go. I've got to go. I've got to go. I'm just like that coke is going right through me. I'm telling you. I'm going to finish this joint first, though.
This architectural achievement is tucked away in a secluded woodland grove, the Grade 1 listed Chapel of the Holy Evangelist. Built by Sir Thomas and consecrated in 1841, the chapel was conceived as a place of worship for the family and local community that would endure long after he was gone. As Mr. Chappell's
I'm a monkey. That's what they say. I'm a monkey. Yeah, yeah. I'm a monkey. Yeah, yeah. Can't you fucking see? I'm a monkey. Yeah, yeah. I'm a monkey. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm a monkey. You got a problem with that? Do you want some? Do you? It's lovely. It's nice. It's good. Yeah, he's having some. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, he's had some. No, he's fucking stoned. Yeah, he's had some. Oh my god, look at him now. Oh my god. Yeah.
Excavating away the 180-year-old mortar holding them in place, a risk not lost on them.
It's a question we often get.
Oh.
Which is going to work? And the answer is, sorry, it's priceless.
So we need mortar for
But the jump being high above the chapel floor is all in a day's work.
There are challenges in the job. It can be stressful at times, but I've been working full-time in a STEM Maths Conservative for 9 years. I've really grown up with it. It's a family company. It's a fascinating job, and we get to go into these
amazing in so much space. It's working on these great works of art. I always say no, my work is not work, and that terrifies me much.
Oh, yeah.
With the mortar now removed, Jack needs to take the wood of the first panel from its stone stand.
The worst case scenario in a situation like this is that you damage it before the top even artwork. It's something you really don't want to make a mistake with. Don't drop it.
Finally,
So we can talk about it when we're doing it.
panel is set down.
Right.
But there are still many more pains to face before the team is done.
What more time to go?
At Anglesea,
We're going into the library.
the house's longest serving volunteer has spent 38 years. This was their business. Despite his crowning achievement of a place at the top aristocratic table, little is known.
place for news on the face of the globe, the BBC. And it is here that either we stand up and say, stop, enough, or we can lose our democracy.
How do you get that the populistic court after this war has found President Donald Trump guilty? And you will have your democratic US presidential election in November.
And it's amazing to me because 34 counts, felonies. And you've seen the judicial system, the legal system, politicized. Because what they charged Trump with is not what they charged any other president who's had similar issues, and yet Trump does not accept. And the way that he responds to these attacks is to be as vicious. He calls himself a political prisoner. I fought for decades to see political prisoners released. Donald Trump is not a political prisoner. That said, the way the Democrats are treated him, the way the deep peace stands, the way the voters now don't talk to each other anymore. We've got, what, 6, 8 feet between us? In America, we have no reason to fight with each other. We destroy each other. We try only to win. It is not the next election that is important for this generation. Why is it that so many young people are so negative and pessimistic? It brings up the future of the country suffering because the parents and grandparents are behaving so badly.
The last thing to add is the US legal system being recognized. 12 women years of Donald Trump listened to all the evidence, they found him guilty on all those charges. Now he will appeal. So the system is working, is it not?
The problem is the public doesn't see it's working. Right. Yes, I agree with you. Well, except the substance valuable, but the issue of the perception. 85% of Americans say this is the most divided that we've ever been. Over 90% of people who are over age 65 say so. We believe it's toxic. It's no longer divisive, it's not toxic.
I know you've done a couple of focus groups since those guilty verdicts came in. What are people saying in terms of their sentiments?
They were upset that these charges were even brought. They thought that they were politicized, and I want to use the word that they used, weaponized. That said, most of them thought that Donald Trump was guilty. So don't bring the charges up. If you do bring them up, he's guilty. Do not send him to jail. This does not disqualify him from being president because I don't think this is significant. The other challenges against him, the charges against him, those are significant.
You show pictures of your focus group now. Why were they saying to you don't send him to jail?
Because they don't believe that this rises to the level of jail time, and that's the whole point. Everything now is a crisis. Everything now is explosive. And we can't just sit and talk to each other and negotiate with each other, and cooperate with each other. And advising you this, they're afraid that on election day we're going to have violence. I've never heard voters ever say to me that they believe, and it's more the Trump people than the Biden people, but it is happening on both sides, that they believe that people are going to take to the streets and they are not going to accept the results of this election. And God help the people in the UK if you follow us. This is my warning to you. You are only there during Brexit. The same challenges we have in our democracy now is happening with you guys back in 2018, 2019. We fixed it. And I'm trying to deliver a wake-up call to the media and how you cover it. And congratulations to BBC, because what you did, you played Donald Trump unedited for about 2 minutes at the beginning of this program. That means you're serious. That means you're showing people without demonizing him, you're showing what he had to say. What he had to say is something I've never heard before. He uses language that no president has ever used. And if we continue to humanize each other, then how do we come to everything?
Thank you very much for giving us this insight. Thank you. We're going to put now to Elizabeth Pitcairn, who's for the Republican National Party's main fundraising and campaigning body, who also runs the Republican National Campaign, like the National Assembly. You can find the candidate if you like. Thank you for talking to us. I don't know if you heard the end of Dr. Mr. Wilson saying that focus groups have suggested to him that there could be violence on the streets of the states after your US presidential
in the presidential election in November. As a result, partly some of the language that Mr. Trump is using right now.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't say I share the exact same concerns. However, I'm concerned about what's become of my country. I certainly am, and it's not simply because I saw what I saw yesterday on someone in the position that I'm in now, because I'm with you, but it's because I'm an American citizen, a proud American citizen, and gave up everything, left before my COVID easy, so I could be born here. Hoping to never have to see what I saw yesterday. Hoping to never have to sit with you tonight and hear the words that I just heard Mr. Luntz speak about. To hear that there are people debating whether what happened yesterday was weaponization of our legal system, when this should never have happened. There's a real lack of faith in institutions in this country. We're talking about the legal system, obviously, because of what we saw yesterday. But also we're talking about Congress, the Supreme Court, our media, so many other things. So I think Americans
So if you're worried too, forgive me for interrupting, if you're worried too, doesn't that mean Donald Trump has a responsibility to calm things down?
I think he has his responsibility, but his responsibility is to the American people. And he's angry. They should be angry too. What happened yesterday was not okay. I wish to God that what happened in 2015, when he announced that he was running and the whole world turned against him, did not happen. And we wouldn't be where we are today, right now. But for what if he had gone through the attacks and had come his way, what I've seen happen to him in the last 8 years, I would not blame him. I would not blame anyone for being angry. I think, honestly, the American people share that sentiment. They're furious.
Right.
The response that we saw yesterday.
Well, when you say they're furious, but yesterday, what we saw was 12 men and women, peers of Mr. Trump, listen to all the evidence from both sides, week after week after week, and they came to the decision that he was guilty. That's the kind of system works.
It is, and the question is whether the system is working as it should or whether it's being used. I think it's a fair question to ask. I hope to God that you're right. I hope it is just our system working as it should. But the risk that
Mr. Trump is going to appeal. So, although he said the case, the outcome yesterday, the trial was rigged, he's still using that system for his appeal.
He is. I don't know if he has any other choice, but what we're not paying attention to is what happened before the trial was brought. Right? There are countless irregularities in this case. This case also was looked at by several agencies who did not want to bring the case. The case was only brought against President Trump when he decided that he was going to run again for office, and it was also brought by a very, very political
It doesn't all that existed. In the end, that jury listened to every second of evidence and came to their conclusion independently.
Right. This case was also intensely legal. It was based on untested legal theory. It was brought in New York City. People asked for case legal. They asked for a different judge. They asked for countless things, and they were kind of continuously denied. I think
let me just keep it on it again. Apologies. If Donald Trump does get re-elected, would you expect him to target, direct the officers of state at the legal system to exact some kind of revenge?
I do not. I don't expect President Trump to target anybody. I expect him to come into office and do what he said, which is to unite this country, to bring success back to this country, and to unite us around success. The only thing that can work to put this country back on its feet. Look, we've interrupted me 4 or 5 times now, and it shows that I actually don't have that much time, but people are genuinely concerned. What happened in this case, I understand the result that happened yesterday, the 6 weeks of the trial makes sense, but unless you saw what happened before that, unless you heard the countless statements from Alvin Bragg saying that he was taking this route, running for this office solely so he could target Donald Trump, I don't know if you understand the amount of concerns that have this country, if not more at this point, sure.
When he was president, didn't he encourage his Attorney General to target his political opponents?
I don't think that he did, and I think anything that he has done will compare to what we have seen from this administration, what we've seen from his district attorney, from the attorney general in New York, as well from countless political leaders across this country since Donald Trump left the office of the White House less than 4 years ago. Right now, I don't think anyone has been targeted like he has. I don't think our system has ever been used the way that it's been used by this administration.
Easily lovers.
The Lovers is a 2023 hyphenation point drama hyphenation point 1 season that first aired in 2023 and stars Rashid Gallagher, Johnny Flynn, and Evelyn Miller.
Things like Marcus Corcoran, there's chief leader right before you, so that was from Harvard, that political report, and actually it's going to help him win the election. What do you think?
I think there's a fair piece of analysis there. Number one, this is widely seen to be the weakest case against Trump. And a bit of accounting about hush money paid to a porn star is the sort of thing you expect Trump to be doing. He sort of priced in his victory all the way back in 2016. Perhaps it would have been a more ambitious case to draw, and I perhaps couldn't use that word, but what would be the more advantageous case to draw? Would be the Florida case, the Georgia case, I think, which is, of course, about challenging, about the whole process of that presidential election, with lost votes, trying to engineer a different result.
And that's coming down the track.
That's coming down the track. Yeah, here's the problem, right? This first case was arrived at, and so Trump can just say they're trying to go after me, all the good stuff, it's not going to talk, we'll arrest him. And I think that there is some merit to the argument that this case should not have been brought, and instead that we should have been talking about the disgraceful attempts from Donald Trump to overturn the last election. But instead we're just talking about Stormy Daniels, and that's what drives this debate down.
Some say that it is possible that Trump will be re-elected. It is possible that Keir Starmer could be the UK Prime Minister. That's an ex-direct public prosecution, potentially in a room taking hands with a convicted felon. Absolutely. Well, if Keir Starmer finds himself an ex-Prime Minister of this country, I mean, he will have to work with Donald Trump, and he's already said that he will. I mean, there's absolutely no way that the Prime Minister of the UK could not, try and have a constructive work relationship with the President of the United States. I think that that's something that we will see. I think what will be quite interesting is what that means for sort of politics of the Labour Party if Labour are in government. So I imagine we've been seeing some photos in our own federal election campaign around Keir Starmer's relationship with the left. I imagine that it might be a source of tension within the Labour government, that relationship with potential President Trump.
Okay, let's talk more about the first full week of campaign across the UK. Here's a flavour of the last few days.
They haven't given a reason for banning me. They just want me excluded.
Yeah, I'm excluded from the cop shop. Yeah.
And she is pretty straightforward as a Labour candidate.
For all these reasons, austerity, Brexit, cost of living crisis, for all these reasons, the Tory government deserves to be removed from office.
I bet it's like twice. They were not all intentional. It's a serious message. Sewage is a big problem.
My mum died in 2020, part of the pandemic, a month after you attended the campaign, where you got a 50 penalty notice.
And I'm sorry for what was going on in Downing.
What does the way Keir Starmer has handled the Diana Abbott case this week tell us about what kind of Prime Minister he might be if Labour?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the right question to ask. If it's asking a question about how this is going to affect the general election, I'm not sure it's going to affect the general election really that much. But it does raise questions about how Keir Starmer will operate, how he will balance the various issues within the Labour Party, and various factions, the warring factions within the Labour Party. There's eternal civil war between different groups within that party. When Corbyn was in charge, he tried to kick out certain people. Now the other lots are in charge, they're trying to pick out other. We haven't really settled down, but perhaps what was most interesting is where Keir Starmer over the last 2 or 4 days, or at least people around him, tried to take someone out and failed. And that shows that people are feel powerful when it comes to making decisions. Perhaps he overstretched and was then kicked around by the union bosses and by Angela Rayner.
But I think there's a big difference between Diane Abbott and then some of the other left-wing candidates that have been excluded. And I think Diane Abbott was handled quite badly. I would agree with Tom. I don't think this is going to have massive implications in terms of the election. We've seen a few polls in recent days have got polling capture, the extent to which this is cut through, but the indications are this hasn't made a big dent in Labour's poll ratings. The thing I
I would say though, if it was ever us, so on the first part, suppose both political parties are very broad churches. Every Labour leader, I used to work for a Miliband back in the day with the City. Every Labour leader has to manage a party. It's actually, I think, much more difficult than opposition to manage that broad church. Sometimes when you're in government, I think, how do you do a marketing? How do you think you as managing that broad church? Well, I would say on Diane Abbott, it's been handled poorly. I don't think that there are many people around here, Starmer, who would privately say so because of the well. And is it him or is it the people? I mean, I think it's always very small mixture, right? But I think if you look broadly, in terms of the handling around kind of candidates, there's a good sense that the party would be encouraged to do seats slate about certain candidates to the left being excluded because of hate about online. This always happens, and I would say actually it shows that Keir Starmer is quite effectively thinking about what kind of parliamentary Labour Party he wants to be thinking. You can see from some of the candidates who think that the party has been involved in selecting. They are selecting very highly able candidates. They're thinking about who to turn government. Who do we want to be? Who do we want to be in our cabinet?
How this has happened? Because there are some people who have discovered, well, let's take one question, the day before dissolution, an anonymous complaint about his behaviour was brought against him. He's not allowed to know who's made this complaint. It dates back 8 years, and because that process is now he's not allowed to stand for that seat, he's not allowed to clear his name, he'll be out of the job as an MP for the next however many years that
I think we can criticise those sorts of processes, and I don't think that they're not necessarily processes that I would defend. But every Labour leader, in fact, every party leader does use these kinds of processes. If you look at under Jeremy Corbyn, for example, there was a Keir Starmer ally, Sally Gibson, who was selected by a local party, and was selected very, very late in the day as a result of campaigning. So, unfortunately, politics is quite a dirty business. Things happen like this. I don't think it's unusual in terms of it has overshadowed a number of their announcements
this
week, whether it's GB Energy, whether it's easing waiting list. And this one today, said 2 3 to go through, so they have done that.
None of them are new. The things that he's announced before, yes, there's slightly more detail. Who calls the week
are live radio. Perfect. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never show weakness. Let's all go over the back.
Press red for all.
Take that. I'm not going to take that. And we are right hand, left shoulder, on which to return to right. Right. Go. Second one. You can attract Italian and having that. And lastly, on which to get married. Good. It's one of the cleverest blokes I know. Which is on us talking this is like silence in the way. For everyone who will listen. I mean, it's been. This could be part of my restart. We get everyone for the whole music holiday. On tour. The young 18th century with the activity of the cultural legacy. Educated, unloving, with a mouth full of keepsakes, and often with those speaking. Famous grand choice the world, romantic poet Lord Byron, 200 anniversary of his death, from Paris to Florence and Rome, by which I'm trying to say verses here is first of all. So you got a solid reference for gentlemen, because the ladies step back to the then I'll go to France. Chinese airlines. It's going to be
Because it's close to the real deal as it gets.
don't really know a lot.
By the time Grand Tourists started arriving,
visual material, so it makes you really would photographs. So this was the only way to kind of recapture this technique for this.
It was essentially the most expensive content game in history. And I'm sold. That's how good it is. I can also the last 200 years, like that's exactly what happens. real, like this actually happened.
our Grand Tour. It's not me educating riders. Seen this before, things like The Godfather.
I didn't realise my partner.
But before he gets on the ship. You look much better like that. I still think of this horse. Caravaggio.
guilty.
And now I feel like you get him more.
Page of paper every day. If I've learned anything on this grand tour, it's that there's more to me than that. I'm not thick. I've got more to give than just being the idiot on the telly with a shiny deep. I don't know, finding a deeper, what's supposed to real me. I suppose that's what this grand tour is all about. So I'm here to learn about it. And it's like a thing to me now. Lush fabrics, lace.
This was so good. well. So all the copies facing the view of the copy.
Allowed me to talk about art.
Press red for all episodes.
I said, I'm trying.
They were just happy.
I'm all right.
He was later jailed. Four hours later, Battles has already missed. He should also have an ankle tag.
Been a real commotion, lots of noise.
Also sexually harassed. The drugs are confiscated.
This was on the run.
Unbearable because everything around us is stopping us from performing.
We didn't know that.